years prior, that was the time she really wanted to launch it in Barbados when it first came out. And the reason why it ended up being launched in other territories and not in Barbados was because of the many problems she had. And, and you could go to YouTube and you could put CBC and you will see the interview. Now this is in my mind, a damning indictment on what was happening for a long time in this country. So that now that we find ourselves at this juncture, where this present administration has taken up the mantle to ensure that we improve upon doing business in Barbados, it is incumbent on all of us to seriously give it the support that it needs, rather than make comments that suggest, as often as we do in Barbados, that this will be a complete failure. This is how we think about ourselves pretty often, and we cannot get things done. But when I look at it, there were two things that really stood out to me. The whole idea of the Director for Intellectual Property and the division of it being separate and distinct. Why? I can tell you, as an artist, for many years, we have had numerous problems in this particular area, intellectual property. And I am hoping that with this now being placed in a separate place, and given the kind of attention that it is, young people who not only coming into things like music and fashion and other things, but those who may get into innovation, because they're more exposed to a lot of things that we were not exposed to when we were young. And the innovation is what is driving the world that we live in today. You have young people all across the world developing, not just in terms of apps, but they're doing stuff that helps agriculture. All sorts of things are happening. This gives us the opportunity to encourage those young persons, and not so young persons, who have these types of ideas, to be more confident that they are protected and that there's a framework within which they can patent things, trademarks, all of this sort of stuff. And this is really the way of the world. We look out and we marvel at the Elon Musk and people like that of today. But there's nothing that says that Barbados cannot produce the next Elon Musk. But you must first start by having the framework within which these people with the ideas can feel safe that they're not going to be robbed. Let me put it as plain as humanly possible. There was an incident where a number of young people in this same Barbados would have developed a sort of like app. We heard about it, and someone from outside came in and offered them what might seem like a large sum of money, and coming from a small island and not having a lot of opportunities within the areas, obviously you will grab at it, Only to find out that later on, this same technology was sold for millions of dollars elsewhere. And these are the stories that you hear about over and over and over. Or young people who are interested in developing things like games, but not sure where they can go to have these things patented, where they can go to have, you know, their trademarks and things done. So having this now being done gives us the opportunity to tap into that wealth of creativity, which we call, or you can say sits within what we call the orange economy. to give that itself a boost. But what it also does, and what from my own travels I saw when I was minister responsible for the creative economy, I had the opportunity to go to Dubai. And there, I saw something called a design city, where there were young people from all over the world in Dubai, in kind of like incubators, if you want to call it that. And they were being supported by the business people there. They're coming up with creating all sorts of things. And I thought to myself then, and I see this as being one of the first steps that can help us to probably replicate that. First thing I thought was, this is something that we should be able to think about in Barbados. We've been a hub, and we said this from 2018, we want Barbados to be a hub for a number of things. And I believe that looking at the structure of Business Barbados, it has the capacity to go into investments, it has the capacity to borrow, to do certain things, which means that it gives us now a platform upon which these types of ideas can build. You create new jobs. I heard someone mention earlier that they would love to see persons who come in from the diaspora to come in and be involved in this. And that is something that I would definitely support, because I know with a number of things that have happened recently, people from all over the world are, especially young people, are looking for new places to live, new places to raise families. And the first place I believe that you can look, especially for us, is in the diaspora. And I have a lot of conversations with persons within the diaspora who are asking these questions all the time. What is there in Barbados that I can come home and do? You have people who are studying and working with the creation of AI and all of these types of things. And this opens up the door when we begin to look for the kind of skills that we presently may not have on island. It gives us the opportunity to reach out to the diaspora and see if we have those skills, and I have no doubt that they are there, that can help us in this process. And so I want us to seriously look at this as a first step in the right direction, making sure that we become as competitive as humanly possible with the rest of the world. Barbados, as it stands right now, has a lot of capital in terms of its visibility on the world stage at this particular point in time. And I'm one of the persons who always believes in the old saying, you strike when the iron is hot. And right now, we can say that that iron is hot. All eyes are on Barbados. They're looking to see what we're doing. We've been in the forefront of the discussions on climate change. And we can also be on the forefront of other things in terms of how we engage with the rest of the world. And I believe that business, the ability to do business in Barbados, is going to be, again, another part of a new frontier for us if it is done well. You know, all around the world, you will find that the pharmaceutical business continues to grow and grow and grow. There's also the technologies, but there's also health and wellness. And a lot of things that are happening now as we get into stem cell research and all of these sort of things that are going on, people are looking for non-traditional places to set up businesses, to do these things, especially where in other places the markets are oversaturated or the environment just is not conducive to a lot of that type of stuff right now. We, in this region, can consider ourselves to be almost like virgin territory for a number of these things. And as people look out, I'm sure that if they can see that Barbados has become much better at facilitating business, they will look at it. It is up to us also to ensure that once we have our things up and running, that the promotion that needs to go along with that is done well also, because we can fix the structures and put all the things in place, but if the rest of the world doesn't know, then it's, we still got a long way to go. So I want to repeat a lot of what has already been said, but I really was impressed at the things that have been put forward in terms of the structure of it, the emphasis again on intellectual property, something that we have not taken seriously, to my mind, for a very long time, but it has become one of the drivers of wealth for people. And again, we keep talking about diversifying the economy, and so this is a step, like I said earlier, in the right direction in us being able then to attract various investors and various business people from various areas to use Barbados as that place where you are comfortable doing your business. And as was mentioned earlier, we've always promoted ourselves on the basis of tourism and the sun and the sea and all of those things, but there's a lot more that we have to offer, and I believe that this bill and the creation of this particular entity gives us the opportunity to show the world what else Barbados has to offer in terms of business. And so with those very few words, I'm obliged to.
Thank you, Senator King. Senator Paris, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support the bill before the chamber this afternoon, and I had no intentions on speaking on this bill, but I think it is timely that I educate my colleague, Senator Ryan Walters, on what the Barbados Trust Loan Fund is doing for small businesses who will be benefiting from this bill before the chamber. I'm not surprised that when he said, what is the Trust Loan Fund doing? Because from the inception, when this was implemented in October 2019, we were criticized, and that is the Barbados Labour Party was criticized by the Democratic Labour Party. We were criticized because we were giving small businesses the opportunity to be out there. We know the hassle that small businesses have to endure when they go to the banks. They have to bring all of their things that they don't have. So this Barbados Labour Party government thought that we would make it easier for them to be able to access funds and start their businesses. Several persons, and it is not a political thing, as I had said in this chamber before, I see persons from all walks of Barbados. I do not ask them, are you a member of the Barbados Labour Party, or are you a member of the Democratic Labour Party? It is about helping people. So when people come to me to say, oh, I want to start my little nail tech business, I don't ask them questions. I send them to the trust loans. And if they qualify, they will be able to open their business. We have open businesses for, I said, nail techs. We have also do barber shops, the food vendors. All of these persons have benefited from the trust loans funds over the years. Hairdressers, caterers. So I want to, through you, Madam President, The period November 2018 to September 2024, and you're free to make notes, Senator Walters. The total number of loans disbursed by the Barbados Trust Loans Fund, 5,101. The total value disbursed is over $26 million. And we have provided employment opportunities for 7,241 persons. We do not give them a loan and leave them out there. We also expose them to training opportunities. And today, we have given 2,970 persons training opportunities. We have refinanced loans because from time to time persons run into difficulties, and especially during the COVID period. We financed 213 loans that persons who had the loans in 2018 have paid off, and at that time it was $5,000. They paid off the loans to the value of $5,245,512.51. They have since gone on to borrow and get $10,000. So we are supporting these persons through the Trust Loans Fund. Opportunities. This gives them opportunities. And to facilitate attendance at trade shows, both locally, regionally, and internationally. We have given them exposure to marketplaces and events, and at pop-up shops. Quite recently, there was, we had some Trust Loan members who benefited from the program. I saw them at an event, and I engaged them. And I said, how is business going for you? They were pleased to be enrolled in this program, and they talked about the number of contacts that they have and how they are benefiting. So the Trust Loans Fund is benefiting the small business persons who would in turn benefit from this bill before this chamber today. We also give client support, and this client support recognizes the clients come in and have face-to-face contact. If they're having any unforeseen events, assistance is given to them. So we have been out there helping the small businesses. And I said, we have beauty and health, into beauty and health, condiments and confectionery, wines and spirits, and I saw some of them quite recently at the same pop-up. Now, we have implemented the Manifest at the Trust Loans, the Manifest program, which is aimed at upscaling businesses in the manufacturing sector. To be ready to participate in Manifest, they undertook a training program. It exposed them to business networking, which is very crucial to your business, to keep your business operational. Public speaking, social media, how to market yourself via social media, costing and pricing. In addition to training, they also did consultations were provided in the areas of product standardization. Again, that is important, and you know what you have to put on your labels. You cannot just stick any old label on your product. There has to be a standard, and that is done through the Barbados Trust Loans Fund. They do product testing through the Government Analytical Services, and packaging and label improvements. So, Madam President, I just thought that it was necessary at this point in this debate to let Senator Walters know that the Barbados Trust Loans is operational for the ordinary man in the street who cannot go to a commercial bank because before he steps in, he's told he is not eligible. And the trust loans will work with them throughout the entire process, training them and getting them up to scratch for their products to be marketable. So I am once again giving my support to this bill, as I know it is going to help Barbadians in the way of doing business in this country. It is something that is outstanding. And I also see it as benefiting these small persons. And with that brief intervention, Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Paris. Speakers? Senator Nurse?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few little things I wanted to comment as it pertains to this bill. I have heard some of the previous speakers mention some feedback that they have been getting, that they got in relation to the difficulties that they encountered in terms of having to deal with KIPO. I personally can tell you of some of these horror stories that I encountered myself. So this is not, for me, this is not hearsay or this is actual situations which I encountered. I'm not going to go into details on them now. Suffice it to say that I would really like to believe that this introduction of this bill starts a new beginning for the entire department. And I don't want to be a pessimist to believe that, you know, we always say that, and we've heard it always said that these SOEs are supposed to be so efficient, and that's why very often government has gone the way of taking off some departments that come under central government and setting them up into SOEs so that they can get ahead with the business and operate in a more business-like manner. And I'm hoping that this is the case with this particular department. Because this is the department that has to interact not only with the local businesses, but certainly with the financial, with international financial sector, and in fact, all entities which wish to set up in Barbados and to do business in Barbados need up front, really, to have to do business with this department. And so one of the things that we have always speak about is doing business in Barbados. How efficient are we in terms of doing business in Barbados? In Cayman Islands, for example, you can have a business startup in a business established in 2 days, 3 days. In Barbados, I'm told it could be anywhere between 2 weeks to 6 weeks, or sometimes even longer. And so these are the issues that we have to be able to confront if we are to be as competitive as we can be in the international financial services sector. And so I'm really hoping that this will be the success which certainly the minister is hoping for, and that we are all hoping for, and that we can see the kind of improvements in the service delivery in this department, which is so absolutely necessary. The other thing I wanted to say, and it really, we've been hearing again a lot of comments about small businesses. And I raise that too because one of the issues I think that we are going to have to confront is because of having to satisfy a lot of the requirements, put it that way, of the various international organizations, the OECD and so on. We've had to increase the level of regulation and so on, which is required. The result is that it is becoming, it can become a burden for small businesses when you have to do all of this compliance. And I can tell you, I mean, I mentioned myself earlier, a small business which I have to go through the process of filing the returns and so on every year. But I found that it is getting to the situation where I feel like I have to get a professional secretarial service just to do that filing. And I don't want that really and truly, as it becomes more and more complex for small businesses to have to comply with the various laws that are coming on to the statute books, that it imposes a burdensome cost for those small businesses. And I don't know what can be done, but I think we need to look at that and see how we can make some sort of concession in that regard. I know, for example, under the Companies Act, for example, you're not required to do an audit if you have revenues, if your business has revenues under $4 million, for example. And I'm wondering if maybe we can look at some alternatives as well for small companies in terms of doing the filings and all the other things they now have to do with KIPO to try to make life a little easier for them. And I understand, Minister, I understand the reason why you have to do it. I understand the issues that can occur and when you have small businesses which are being abused. And we know that money laundering and so on can creep into not only small businesses, but even charities and so on. And we know that we need strong legislation to be able to protect the integrity of our business environment. But at the same time, I make the point again that we need to take a second look and see what we can do to ease the cost of doing business for these small businesses. I want to say that I think it is good legislation. I certainly think that if we can get it to work the way that it is intended, it will certainly go a long way in bringing about the results that we are looking for in terms of the efficiency, both financially and administratively, that we want to see in this area. The other thing I just wanted to mention is that I would like to see when I don't even have to turn up at Kaipo's office to have to do my filings. Now I can go online and I can download my forms and fill them out. Why is it that I can't fill the form out and submit it online and pay online and do everything online and not have to walk into that office, and stand up in some line for 2 hours or 3 hours, wasting my time on something which, in this day and age, can be done online. And so I hope that one of the plans, when this entity is established and up and running, will be to see that all of this electronic filing and so on can be done as a means of easing the burden on business people generally. So I just want to say I hope that this works. I wish you every best, and of course, I know you mentioned the stress and so on that some of the staff have indicated they are under, and I hope that as this department develops, as the staffing is expanded, as you indicated, Minister, that we will see a much more smoother running as this department goes forward. And with those few words, I am obliged to you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Kevin Boyce.
Thank you, Madam President. I was actually cajoled into speaking by someone on this side. A comment being made about no such thing as a free lunch. So here I am. Madam President, I will start my contribution on the basis that it's somewhat strange that we see reports and statements in the newspaper of the intention of the government to reduce, that's quite correct. We see statements in the news about the government's intention to tackle SOE, state-owned enterprises, and we have had debates in this very chamber about the quantum and/or effectiveness. And yet, here we are having a debate as to the creation as to another one. Now, we understand why, as has been posited by the leader of government business, but I think it's important that the message doesn't seem to be out of sorts with other statements being made in other places. I think also, ma'am, that we have a population who is seeing SOEs being used almost like political footballs. One day you have an urban, the next day you have a rural, then they're meshed together, then you might have an import, then you have an export, and then maybe they're meshed together. So you could always understand why when you hear SOEs, people's ears get a bit pricked. The issue in relating and discussing state-owned enterprises always causes public scrutiny, increased debate, and of course, the question as to why. Being guided by your earlier statements today, ma'am, I will be referring to the IMF article on cost-benefit analysis of SOEs by Taz Chapoda, 2017, ma'am. And in this document, which is titled the Cost-Benefit Analysis of State-Owned Enterprises, part of the IMF documentation, now we know we don't follow the IMF blindly, 2%, excuse me, we don't follow the IMF blindly. There are some suggestions made as to how a government goes about the analysis in relation to utilization or not of SOEs. So these are the problems that the state relate to SOEs. The costs of running it. Always an issue, how much does it cost? The statement that few actually make profit and or issue dividends. I'm going to come to the counter with regard of the statements made as to fees. The failure of a SOE can always and has always resulted in significant fiscal and economic loss. And then, of course, there's the question as to whether this model is still valid in 2024. That's the negative. In terms of the positive, the concept and the, the conventional wisdom is that SOEs are good if you can monetize them properly. In other words, if you're creating this new entity, is it going to be self-sufficient through the fees that it can charge? Secondly, can this new entity be properly equipped to promote the specific government objectives? And apparently, the key to all this is being fully transparent. We heard Senator Maladu and I believe Senator Walters speak about the Auditor General being under-resourced. We have debated it here many a time. There is provision, maybe there is even opportunity to encourage businesses by having external auditors, but we won't get into that. If the government can show that there's full transparency, then you might get a more public appetite for what we're essentially doing, which is creating another state-owned enterprise. Let us know the costs, let us know the risks, because we have heard the benefit so ably laid out by the leader of government business. As I always like to say, is the juice worth the squeeze? Perhaps what we can focus on is, as stated by the Honorable Senator Nurse, doing business in Barbados is not easy. It's not easy. All of us here can tell a story. Some will say a horror story as to interacting with different institutions. I think there is a former senator who is now a member of the other place who lamented, I think every time that he got up, his interaction with a certain financial institution. But anyway, as usual, it's a question of the data and what does the data show. But before I get there, let's talk a little bit about the entity that we're seeking to reform, CAIPO. I don't deal with CAIPO. I go to court and try and argue for the righteous. I have a team of dedicated personnel, however, who I would like to publicly thank, who interact with CAIPO daily. And there are persons and officers at CAIPO who do an outstanding job in trying to facilitate business and dealing with all levels of inquiries, because people go in there with a certain lack of sophistication. I'm not saying that there are other lawyers who do, but the point is, people go down there and it takes a certain amount of patience, it takes a certain amount of stamina, and it takes a certain amount of grace to deal with the public every day. And they do it. So let's go on record for thanking them for what they do. But we also recognize that in interacting with these agencies, the user interface is not simple. Dealing with CAIPO is more art than a science. You have to be able to be a bit charming. You have to know which time to go. You have to know how many documents to, and you may even need to know which cashier. But the point is this. The hours are worked and the effort is being made, but there can always be a litany of reasons set out as to why things are not being done. Let's call it what it is. Is it a case of stifling bureaucracy? Is it a case of pedantic requirements with regard to business creation? I have mentioned in this chamber a situation with one of my companies, personal companies, and filing an annual return in relation to BRA, which can't be done physically. So it's being done digitally. And me and the very pleasant young lady at the office trying to get it, and it's not done yet. But this is the reality that we're talking about doing business in Barbados. And Madam President, you know I can go for the facts. Citing, of course, ma'am, the Doing Business in the Caribbean World Bank Group 2024 latest data, ma'am. It's a very good thing. We have the ranking in the Caribbean, and we know we like to above our weight. Jamaica is ranked higher at 71. St. Lucia follows at 93, Trinidad at 105, Dominica at 111, Antigua at 113. Barbados is at 128. St. Vincent, at least we're on top of St. Vincent, Guyana, and Grenada. So this perhaps is the reason why we need the SOE. This perhaps because we punch above our weight, we do all these other great things, we want to be the best of the best, we don't like being in the middle of the pack or the latter half. Maybe that is why we need this new state-owned enterprises, but I don't know. I have heard the presentation and I understand you why, but the public will ask is the cost. So this is what you say. So what you do, Madam President, for those who actually listen to contributions and make sensible input, ma'am, is you look at the data and you say how persons are able to articulate. So when someone comes with the barrage of noise, why spend this, why do that? You say, well, we're spending it because look at our rankings at doing business. We are doing this because we're aiming to increase efficiency. Were I minded, like others, to have certain interests in elective affairs, that's the type of attitude you take. But in these statements where we seek to address and inform, educate, and articulate different positions of an argument, we need to be able to have these voices counterpoint, trust, riposte, without the noise. Let's get down to the data. So go on, ma'am. Should we now look at the requirement of doing business, then let's go into the realm of AML KYC. We are foisted with some requirements as attorneys, as businessmen, in terms of AML, KYC, that when I have to send off the emails to clients saying, because we're part of a global, international, recognized community, fill out all these forms. Whether it's you simply running down somebody for $10,000 that they owe you, or you still have to go through it. These are the requirements, as the Honorable Senator Nurse spoke about, as our part of compliance in the multilateral world. But it takes a toll on doing business. It takes a toll on doing business. I recently sought to create an account to do some trading within the Caribbean. I think we're on month 2. I've submitted all my documents, duly certified, being referred, and I like to make a naughty comment, but the fellows who carried away the money do this very well, and I'm still trying to get established. So we have to look at how long it takes to get things done. But of course, it's balance. It's balance. Now, I could be a free trade proponent like Senator Malalu, throw that there, we're letting the market dictate, but that then leads to other issues. We then become like the Wild Wild West, and I am not a supporter of economics, not saying that Senator Malalu is. The concept, and I've said it here, the concept of trickle down and the issues and the alternatives, that's another esoteric debate. But it can't be one or the other. So in the debate, the question is how much regulation can be put forward so as to facilitate business without fettering trade, and that is for the government to determine. That is for the policy of the government to set out. So all these questions arise when we have a discussion as to whether we need another SOE. And which then leads to the elephant in the room. We have heard the leader of government business, not on this, well, on this occasion, but also on occasions before, speak to the pragmatic reality of dealing with government employees who are called as necessary and experienced to deal with other government entities, which then means that the entity where they have developed the knowledge and skill set suffers because there's no one else to carry on that mantle. But the question is why in 2024, we are still having these issues. But that, again, is a problem for the powers that be. Madam, President, if we look in of itself as to the Companies Act, which governs the existence and the operation are related, which will be subsequently amended by this legislation, there are areas in the Companies Act and the attendant bankruptcy legislation which is crying out for modernization. Crying out for modernization. All this ties into the why. All this ties into the why in terms of we need to have this modern, the government by law, I believe, is fit to purpose. But when investors come, they need to be able to know that there's a suite of legislation that allows them to do what they need to do. Madam President, at the end of the day, the SOE, as set out by the leader of government business, is set out for a purpose, for all intents. That makes sense. What I would, as always, encourage the government to do is to ensure that the message goes out as to the why, because there will be questions as you bring in another one here. The benefit, the juice, where's the squeeze analysis should be time spent. And I think we need to face something. I think we're all tired. You know, we've come out of the pandemic, we've kept going, people are tired. There's a lot going on, you can feel the buzz, but people, especially the young people in this country, are tired. So let's show how this helps with the aims of relieving some of the issue and the purpose of why it is being done. At the end of the day, it makes sense, but let's watch that cost, that cost, that cost, that cost. If the government is able to show how these entities run, the costs, and show the transparency, I'm pretty sure you'll get all the support that you need for your objectives. I thank you for the opportunity to make the contribution, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Boyce. Senator Chad Blackman.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to support this bill. It's a very important bill on business Barbados. And I want to use the occasion at the onset of my presentation to commend the Minister and her team for bringing to this chamber this very timely and important bill as we seek to ensure, as you've heard hitherto, the business environment of Barbados can really be fit for purpose for 21st century Barbados as a business jurisdiction, both for inward business investment and also domestic business activity. And I start on that basis for a number of reasons. Why? Traditionally, when we think of business facilitation, particularly in the 60s and 70s, 80s, 90s, right up, there has been a view, and perhaps still is an entrenched view, that business facilitation is to facilitate business for business from offshore to onshore. And what has been clear through the preparation of this bill is that the government is not only seeking to continue business facilitation for inward investment in Barbados, but it is really also to create the environment for local entities, traditional businesses in Barbados, and new entrants into the market from a domestic perspective, so that they can have the right environment to thrive and to prosper and to add to the collective growth, development, and prosperity of our country. And you may recall, Madam President, of course, a post-independent Barbados would have had an economy built on sugar. We then moved to, of course, tourism, international business, as we commonly call it, global business now. And the need for economic diversification continues to come to the fore. But we can't deny the fact that business really plays an important role in the creation of a broader GDP for the country. And the contribution of business to Barbados is incredibly significant. And really, therefore, the purpose of the bill, as you've heard, is really to streamline a number of processes that hitherto have been complicated, frustrating, difficult, making you want to pull out your hair. And for those like me who don't, you can imagine how difficult that would be and frustrating it would be. But it is now trying to ensure that as the country moves to the next level of our development, that we can do so in an environment that facilitates foreign direct investment and foreign investment into Barbados. And two, as I said, domestic participation of our business sector. And it's really also about ensuring the level of service delivery to the country is there. And thirdly, and importantly, bolstering the country's competitiveness. And why is this last part so important? The competitiveness of the jurisdiction. It is no secret that Barbados competes not just regionally, not just hemispherically, but globally. And I want to emphasize that. Because, as they always say, no one owes us anything. And as a mature jurisdiction, a jurisdiction that prides itself in being one that, as Senator Boyce alluded to, continues to punch above its weight, there is a constant mode for reflection, retooling, and being fit for purpose as you go forward. And therefore, I see this bill as one such mechanism in the country doing that and in creating an environment for that facilitation and bolstering Barbados as a competitive jurisdiction. And I heard from a number of speakers thus far for the day, Madam President, that oftentimes, and there seems to be somehow what I would call sometimes a scoff at the government liking to quote the international benchmark and standards. And I want to say for the record, it is important. Why is it important? If we want to continue to attract foreign investment, if we want to be known as a jurisdiction that can deliver as promised, if we want to be a jurisdiction that can facilitate business for our people, if we want to be a jurisdiction that our consumers can know that there is a certain time and a certain standard for service delivery, these key performance indicators, whether domestically originated or internationally originated, is important. It isn't just there for us to say it is there. When you look, for example, at the downgrades, we didn't, as a nation, hurt about the downgrades when the Democratic Labour Party was in office only because they were downgrades. That meant that the cost to the country was grave in terms of loans. For example, we saw capital flight, we saw companies moving jurisdiction because those indicators said then that this jurisdiction was not a jurisdiction that was in the right frame of mind. Investors, when they're in their board meetings around the world, they look at the investment grade of the country. And we must, as a mature jurisdiction and as a mature parliament, be honest with our people in letting them know the importance of these indicators. So whether it be the Human Development Index, which of course is outside of the context of business, whether we look at our passport ranking, whether we look at our education rankings, these things tell a picture as to where the country is at with respect to our service delivery and all the areas that we have been mandated to deliver as a government. But coming back to the specific focus of the debate, business. we must ask ourselves, where do we intend to take Barbados over the next 10, 20, 30 to 50 years as a nation? And it's very interesting that we're having this debate just invariably on the eve of our independence, and of course, celebrating our 3rd year as a republic. And why is that important? Because we must continue to be in a mode of crafting a new Barbados, a Barbados that is not just competitive, but that offers excellence to our people. And the role of the business sector in providing that quality of life that we've hitherto enjoyed is critical. You would have heard the leader of government business in our opening speak to the fact that last year, some $470 million were accrued coming from the business sector through corporation tax collection. That was able to pay for many things: our roads, our education, our healthcare. That's separate and apart, of course, from the different areas of which government collects revenue. And as we move forward, we have to look at how can the business sector further create job creation. So it's not only about bringing in foreign exchange. It is about helping our jurisdiction be one that can further create jobs for our people. Because why? One of the things that has set Barbados apart over the years is that companies continually say, when we look at Barbados, one of the things that we're always assured is that we don't have to bring in a large set of persons from offshore to service our companies there because of the high level of certifications and qualifications and experience that your citizens have in the jurisdiction. And therefore, the matching of the international business sector, or the business sector as you should call it, and our skills must continue to go hand in hand as we grow out the sector. But equally, it is not just, as I said, now about foreign exchange and job creation, but we must use business facilitation as a major plank for the further creation of growth in our nation. I've heard in this debate, and I'm glad that Senator Walters is in his chair, about the whole issue of debt. And let me spend a little time, Madam President, with your indulgence. I know I don't have a great deal of time, but important enough to set the record straight. It was Elmer Barrow, the leader of Senator Walters' party, who once said in these hallowed environs, Parliament, that a small nation whose circumstances and prospects are not as vast as larger nations must, through prudence, of course, not run from the fact that you are going to have to borrow, but borrow wisely and prudently for the prosperity of the nation as they build out its capacity going forward. This administration, the Barbados Labour Party administration, has, in 6 years, whilst under an IMF program, and an IMF program that we had to go into because the Democratic Labour Party had us on the precipice of disaster some weeks away, only $411 million left on the reserve books. We had to go into a program to save the dollar. But notwithstanding that we had to borrow to rebuild the capacity of our nation, the debt, when you look at the scale, and I encourage everyone also online to go to the Central Bank of Barbados on the website and look at the debt figures from 2017 and 2018 until 2024, and you will see it coming down on a sliding scale. Now, the figure of the debt between last year and this year, as already said, has increased. But what? The GDP of the country has increased. There was a rebasing of the economy this year. No, but hold on. Perhaps I'm going to have to give the senator, Madam President, some context and a bit of economics today. Because why? Debt has to be looked at in its rightful context. There's a measurement called the debt to GDP ratio, which really looks at the country's capacity to service that debt. And Barbados' debt to GDP ratio continues to decline. The economy is growing. We continue to see 14 consecutive quarters of growth in this country. I actually remember when last that was happening in the Democratic Labour Party. You had downgrades, you had consecutive quarters of decline under the Democratic Labour Party. So I'm not here to go through all of that, but I thought it necessary to set the record straight because the honourable member would like to lead the public to believe that the country is in bad economic shape. And all indicators have shown that that is not true. Barbados is doing well. Domestic confidence has returned in terms of investment. Foreign confidence in the economy has returned. That is why you're seeing such economic activity. Hotels are coming up, Madam President. It is a situation where you cannot have enough hotel rooms. Why? Because there is a greater demand. So now hoteliers are now looking to enter the market even more. Barbados is the place to do business. And we must be honest with ourselves. But the time has come, Madam President, in my view, that members of the Democratic Labour Party are for once honest with the people of this country when it comes to the economy. Yes, we understand that they're not good managers of our economy post-independence. We get it. We understand. We understand. But they mustn't come to the public in a mode of untruths with respect to the facts. But I go on. When we look at where we are now as agility, in terms of agility, the business environment must be agile and responsive to the needs of our people. Why am I saying this? And I've given it in a few presentations and speeches recently. We have, oftentimes, Madam President, become so used to success, particularly under the Labour Party administration, over the last 50, 60 years, that we are in a mode of, I've achieved X, and therefore I've arrived. I've achieved Y, and therefore I've arrived. And this goes counter to who we are and who we must be as a jurisdiction and as a people. And I really want to emphasize this point today. And why is that? Barbados is competing against the world's best continually. 2 weeks ago, I was in Dubai, well, broadly in UAE, for some meetings taking place. And Madam President, one of the things that struck me and still strikes me, we spoke about the time to do business with KIPO and registering companies, etc. Here, to register a company, what? It's two business days? That's what I was told. I stand corrected. Yeah, okay, in principle. You have countries or trading a diplomatic partner, Senegal. In Senegal, Madam President, you can open a company, not just register a business, a company in 4 hours. 4 hours. But if you thought that that is something that Barbados should aspire to, there is another standard that I think we should aspire to. And we're small enough and nimble enough to be able to do it with the right technology. In the UAE, in the Emirati of Sharjah, and to show you how amazing the UAE is, within their Emirati system, the different Emiratis compete against each other. So Sharjah competes against Dubai, and Dubai competes against Abu Dhabi, because why? Collectively, the entire UAE is better off. Now, the time to create a registered business in Sharjah using a bit of artificial intelligence and technology, 6 minutes. 6 minutes, Madam President. So, in the context of this bill, whilst I commend, and of course as the Minister with responsibility for investment, as I commend this bill, I also want to use the occasion to say to all of us, not just the government, to opposition, independent, but to Barbados, the private sector, the consumers. We have to constantly get in a mode of reviewing our standards of time and delivery of doing business in this country. It must be a continued exercise. We mustn't get complacent and say, okay, because why? The head of the business agency in charge has said to us that next year, they're now looking to move from 6 minutes to 4.5 minutes. And that is their test. And these are the jurisdictions that are driving global business. And if we want to compete, we cannot get into a mode of, I have arrived, this is the standard, I am here. No. When we tick a box and we meet a key indicator, yes, we must be proud, we must commend ourselves, but we must forge ahead. We had the example in Garfield Sobers. He wasn't happy just to be the best batsman in the world or the best bowler. He became the best cricketer globally ever in the history of the game. It is in our DNA to be the best. It is in our DNA because why? Our national hero, or our second national hero, who's alive, of course, Rihanna, wasn't just happy to be the best in terms of singing and music videos, but she's now a business mogul globally. She just launched her Fenty Beauty here in this rock. I think it was last night or yesterday she had an event. We have it in our DNA to be the best. And I want to implore this House, and I'm very serious about this, that this bill must be the platform for us to launch pad into a mode of the best. Nothing but the best must be good enough for Barbados. And that is a plea I make to all of us. And I want to commit myself and my ministry, working with the Ministry of Energy and Business, Prime Minister's Office, all the ministries, but Barbados, to create a jurisdiction that is world-class. We talk about it, we live it, but we must live it more. It must be our bread and butter. Because why? The global landscape of business continues to change. And if we don't change with it continually, we're going to be in a mode where we are catching up. And we can't afford to be in that mode. So therefore, whether it be backlogs, IT infrastructure, continue to look at that. But I also want to go on a little further and to encourage businesses, whether it be a wonder shop, whether it be a store in the mall, a restaurant, doesn't matter. Service delivery times must be standardized in the country. There's enough technology, there's enough innovation, in my view, that we can deploy. And what do I mean by that? If you walk into a restaurant right now, the restaurant should be able to provide you a standard average medium time from when you walk into the establishment to when you place your order to when you receive your order. That should be standardized. I see Senator Boyce looking at me like, huh? Would it be so stew? So tomorrow, yes, of course. But this is a very serious thing, because why? If our people can get into that mode of standardizing and quantifying their delivery service and times, you then increase your competitiveness. Sometimes the word competitiveness seems as a very lofty, floating, messianic virtue. No, it has to be on the ground. It has to be something that everybody lives and touches and believes in. And when one company starts to do it, or business starts to do it, then they realize it is something that we all aspire to. But how do we force people or encourage people, more persuasion perhaps, in that direction? I want to propose, and this is to the minister, my colleague, that perhaps a combination of Business Barbados with the private sector agencies and private sector representatives, consumer bodies, etc., create a standard, whether it be a printed standard where you can hang it up in a shop or a company or a bank or wherever, or an online form where it can be on your social media page or website. But if you, according to the standards that we've set out and decided these are the standards in X, Y, Z for ABC type of business, once you can adhere to that and maintain that, your business will get that stamp of whatever we decide to call it. And what it does is that the company, the business, the shop, the rum shop, the bar, the barber shop, doesn't matter. now has an extra layer of saying, this is the minimum standard to which I deliver to you. And over time, you review it. And if you lose those standards, you lose the accreditation. And I'm not talking about some fancy, lofty accreditation. I'm talking about something agreed with the different players in the market. Because why? Barbados can't ill afford to not be competitive. Now, when we look at business in Barbados, ultimately, what is this for? Business on the local front now, we've spoken about inward investment and its importance to the economy. We've spoken about domestic business and its importance to the economy. But I want to take this moment, Madam President, to say to our business sector in Barbados, the traditional business sector and the emerging business sector, to see the business facilitation not just of ease of doing business domestically, but that every Barbadian entity must now be in a mode of looking on the global horizon to seeing what global opportunities are there, what global and regional markets are there, and how can their business now supply those jurisdictions with their goods and their services. So in other words, Barbados must now be a sandbox for excellence, for global exporting of those goods and services. And in so doing, you're also bringing in the necessary foreign exchange. And we mustn't only go to jurisdictions to export goods, but we must also have businesses that set up in the jurisdictions. And we must now, as a government, look at the jurisdictions that are major engines of global economic growth and encourage our companies and entities strategically to position themselves in those jurisdictions so as to benefit from the activity that's taking place there. Because why? When those economies grow and you're plugged into it, our earnings also tap in and expand. So the point I'm making is that I see this bill as one that seeks to correct a number of wrongs in terms of facilitations, the frustrations that we've heard, but I see it as a facilitation of Launchpad. A bill that will enable the business community in Barbados to Launchpad to the world, and for the world coming into Barbados to be able to enjoy a seamless set of activities and transitions and transactions here in whatever form, in a way that hitherto that they may not be have enjoyed. Because why? It is one thing for us to bring the world and promote Barbados in Africa, in Latin America, as we're doing, Asia, Europe, North America. The question is, when they come here, how is the ease of doing business affecting them? Because word of mouth is still a phenomenon. And the worst thing that you would want is for it there to be that jurisdiction is not fit for purpose. So I just want to, as I said at the onset, Madam President, commend the Minister and her team for bringing this bill to the chamber, but to use the opportunity, as I said again, to speak to the country and to say that we have a moment in our history at this point to rethink how we do business, rethink how we engage our customers, rethink how we look at legislation. Are the legislations that we have fit for purpose? Is there a need for constant review? Yes, there is. And I can tell you that the Minister and I have had a number of conversations over the last few weeks in terms of how do we look at an audit of our legislation on the books, to review them, to make Barbados even more competitive. It is an ongoing process, continually. And when we reach the standard that we set for the next 5 years, we have to look again. Okay, how do I become the best again? And the last thing I'll share is that from my visit to UAE, is that when the Sheikh of Dubai reached all the indicators, the best in this, and the best in that, and the best in this, you know what he constantly said? It's not enough. I want to be the best in this now for the next 10 years. So it's not like I've arrived, I'm the best. No, we have to be in a constant mode of being the best. But it can only happen if the systems underneath that we have cater to that constant review. And I want to liken Barbados to a swan. At the top, very graceful and elegant and calm. But underneath, it's the engine room of all the different players in the economy and the society working hand in hand and working hand in sync to ensure that we can continue to provide a quality of life for our people. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Blackman. Senator Nichols, please.
Madam President, thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the debate on the Business Barbados Bill. I would begin from the point of view that at the heart of this legislation is the aim to transform a government department into a statutory corporation, state-owned enterprise. Ordinarily, that would not be revolutionary. We have done this before in many other areas. And since independence, Caribbean countries have used the mechanism of state-owned enterprises, whether it be statutory corporations, whether it be government-owned companies, private, public partnerships, or special purpose vehicles, to divest the functions of central government and put them into the hands of an entity outside of central government. So this is a mechanism for corporatizing the day-to-day functions of government within a specific legal framework. It's not rocket science, it's not revolutionary. Government departments, Madam Deputy President, are generally staffed by well-meaning public officers who are knowledgeable, who are generally equipped to discharge the functions within the context of the legal and administrative rules that operate over those departments. And they have done so well. But what we must admit is that not all aspects of government can be left to the institutional model of the public service. That is the reality that perhaps we are very silent on it today in the debate, but not all aspects of government in the modern era can be left to the structure that we've inherited of the public service. And this is not a criticism of the public service. My parents were public officers. But we have created these SOEs, if you may call them, as legal creatures to corporatize the functions of government. The process has not always been smoothly executed. And we admit that. There are instances in Barbados where the unions have been at loggerheads with government for many years. Both administrations have faced this. I, for once, have had to advise a state-owned enterprise on the question as to how do you treat a deficit in the pension fund, where the entity has been established, and under the last administration, no money had been paid into the pension fund as required under the law. This is a common feature of some of the challenges that we have to face. So I am happy that within this bill, and one of the first things I checked, Madam President, in the bill was to make sure that there were proper transitional arrangements for public officers coming into the entity. That has not always worked smoothly, that there was a provision for the transfer and secondment and the preservation of any pensionable benefits that have accrued. Not always gone smoothly. So that the legislative intent is to create a new interface with the public in terms of the administration and the structure of business and regulation. Doing that within the context of a government department is outdated. Ask any Barbadian who wants to not only incorporate a company, but there are many Barbadians who just want to register business names. Why should you register, and a business name allows you to operate your business outside of the veil of incorporation. But it allows you to operate your business. It is still you who are personally liable for all of the activities of that business, but you just want to have a name, a generic name or a name that makes special to you. Why should the registration of a business name be a problematic process? I've looked, Madam President, at the speed, not only the speed of doing business, but the time it takes to incorporate in some of our competitor countries within the Caribbean. We're not necessarily too far behind, but in reality, there are countries that can incorporate and register businesses within 24 hours and 48 hours. That is not our reality. That is not our reality. There is no way you can get a passport application in and out within 48 hours in Barbados, unless it is you are doing it as an emergency where you have to pay more. But that is not the norm. Our culture is different. I remember, Madam President, trying to get a vehicle registered, and I had to go to two different government departments. In Warrens, Holtown, back to Warrens. I remember a time when I was late, I forgot about my payment of my registration fee, professional registration fee, and my clerk couldn't get to me, and I had to go on the last day of January and do it myself, stand in a line. Took me 3 hours in the registry, trying to give the government money. And I had to go on, and my name hasn't changed in the 25 years I've been practicing. But I had somebody wrote it in a book. She gave me a piece of paper. I had them to go and join another line to go to the cashier, and then I had to come back to the line to give the receipt. People who pay fines in Barbados still have to be hounded down by marshals to go back to court to take the receipt that was issued by the court to show the magistrate that the fines or the debts have been paid. So culturally, we have not got it right in so many of our institutions. And you will see it when it comes to paying land tax and inland brand new and paying and filing your tax returns. Long lines of people on the end of the day they're filing. You haven't got that right. Let us admit it. So that what Kaipo has suffered from is the same overload and the inability to discharge these functions. I did the in-service training with government, not with one of the big firms, and I did work in Kaipo for 1 month. And I struck up some relationships. Many of those people have retired and gone on. No. But I can remember there was nothing that Blackie, Mr. Blackman, couldn't solve, or Maria, or Phyllis, and my good friend Curtis Walks. These are the hardworking people who have kept Kaipo alive for decades. But the volume of work in the last 20 years is so much that it is now overloaded the system. I believe, Madam President, that we must continue to adapt, and this bill completely does that. The corporatization process, when we look at the legislation, it intends to free up the ability and the flexibility of this institution to deal with recruitment. That is important because you're not going through the Public Service Commission now to staff this entity. Vacancies are no longer going to be filled by the cumbersome public service practice of promotions on the basis of length of service and all the other criteria set out in the Public Service Act. We're dealing with facilitating an entity of the government that brings in revenue to the country that is critical to maintaining the quality of life that we have had. Retention of staff is important. Something that we don't want to talk about. But anytime you want to recruit in Barbados, you know there's a pegging of the salaries within the context of the public service scale. And that is principally one of the reasons why, as some senators have observed, that the Auditor General admitted to the Public Accounts Committee that they can't find staff because the entry-level auditor within the public service, that salary is nowhere comparable to the auditors and the junior accountants in the corporate Barbados, the firms, and what corporate Barbados requires in their own internal audit services. So how does this entity recruit if it has to go through what I consider to be a cumbersome process of the public service? When we talk about marketing, that is not a particular skill that has been taught or learned within the context of the public service. The public service do not generically market the government department, and government departments have not been structured in a way to be marketed. When we talk about innovation, Senator Honorable Chad Blackman spoke about regulatory and sandboxing. There's a concept now in the corporate world of a regulatory sandbox where if somebody has an innovative business idea and they want to bring it to Barbados, and we feel it can make sense, it can earn some foreign exchange, it might show us a new way of doing things, we can create now what is called a regulatory sandbox where it operates outside of the laws, the Companies Act or the various legislation, but the Business Barbados can create what is called a regulatory sandbox and set up a special legal and regulatory framework that they must operate within. If you go to a government department now, if you go to KIPO now and bring that innovative idea, the officer will tell you, well, you've got to fill out these forms and this is what you have to do. And there's no flexibility at all. There's no capacity to create an environment that requires, well, you have to act now. These are the kind of things we're talking about. Service delivery, how you interface with the public. So that the public sector model of organizing government has largely, in my view, in certain instances, been outdated. We live in a knowledge-based society. Information is key. Knowledge is key. People need to move quickly in this world of innovation. If not, you lose out. You can't restrict people. You can't slow down the progress. And that is what we are trying to address in this bill. The public service, Madam President, divides itself, each ministry, down the line. And there's an administrative staff, and there's a technical side. PS, Deputy PS, Senior Admin Officer 1, Admin Officer 2, Clerical Officer, down the line, all administrative. But then there's the Chief Desk Officer and the technical people on the other side. Is that a way that makes sense in the environment that we live in? In the world of business, in the private sector, certainly self-employed professionals can't set up an office where there's an administrative side and then people actually doing the work. But that is the way in which we've inherited from the British, and I question whether that continuation is relevant in this day and age. Now, I want to address in the few minutes I have remaining some of the concerns that have been raised. And first I will go to the question as to whether there is a necessity for the Auditor General to audit Business Barbados. I looked at the clause in the bill, and there were some concerns that I have because I'm not sure whether that clause is necessary at all. I'll say why, but the way in which it is phrased is very clear. There's no legal problem that I'm seeing on the horizon. But I want to say this. I don't share the view of Senator Malloy or Senator Walters that we can outsource audit responsibilities for an entity of the government of Barbados that receives money from the public purse, because the functions of the Auditor General are constitutional functions. The Auditor General is a creature of the Constitution and has a constitutional responsibility to ensure that monies allocated by Parliament that are spent by a government or any government-related entity are spent in that way. So even if the legislation did not contain such a provision, the Auditor General has to protect the public interests. And I want to associate myself with the view that no public funds should ever be at the disposal of any entity in Barbados that the Auditor General cannot touch, reach, or investigate. That is a recipe for corruption, and that is a recipe for disaster. The Auditor General should not be hobbled by any view that he doesn't have the staff, so let me start taking the functions and giving it to the private sector to audit. No. Functions of the Barbados business. The clause is drafted in a very broad and general way. And when you read it, it is to enable the entity to function with the necessary flexibility and innovation and creativity that is needed to run an entity like this. In the private sector, a business is incorporated, and it has to have articles of incorporation. If it is merging, in articles of amalgamation. If it's continued as another entity, articles of continuation. Those articles do not set out the key performance indicators and day-to-day business strategy of the company. So why should the legislation put into law, the functions of Business Barbados, which are operational day-to-day functions? Because the moment you set it out in law, an issue arises, the first thing you say, you're operating outside your functions, which is the law, and the entity is now hobbled and can't do it. Perhaps a better way of saying it could be found, but that is the style that the draftman has employed. So that to criticize the bill for not setting out a number of strategic functions that they will operate on a day-to-day basis as part of the functions of the organization or the entity, to my mind, is misplaced. When you look at the articles of incorporation of a company, you see the names of directors, you see the number of directors, whether shares can be issued, or whether there's any business that the entity cannot execute. But the articles of incorporation do not go into detail as to the day-to-day operations of any business. Why should we now put into law then to hobble the functions of this entity? Mr. President, I heard also that there was a plea, Madam President, sorry, that there was a plea that the CEO should be abated. And I wonder why that was thrown in to the debate and the discussion. I remember when they established the Financial Services Commission, this is the last administration, there was a Trinidadian that was at the helm of that. And the Labour Party didn't say that was wrong. The head of the QEH was also another Trinidadian. And the man that was brought in to build the engines for the buses was also a Trinidadian. And there was no claim on this side that he was not Beijing. The Water Authority. So that, let us stop with this nonsense. That all of a sudden you want to sensitize and drive up there, because we were on this side, some of us, when we get licks like peas for bringing legislation to create a framework for Caribbean single market and economy. Well, sorry, single market and economy. I always get it mixed up because when we were at UA, it was the other way around, and they wanted the economy before the market, but we get the market, etc. And we can't have that in Barbados because we've got too many Bajans working all over the Caribbean and all over the world. Are we educating Barbadians who are going all over the world and doing great and wonderful things? All of us have families. No, we start that. We have a large expectation. In fact, the international business sector, which is looking for this legislation to be passed, brings highly skilled people to the country and manages the portfolios of a lot of the businesses that pay corporate taxes in Barbados. And if the Labour Party has to go down fighting again, we can go down with our dignity. And we are not going to demonize people from other countries and create spaces in which they should be for Barbadians first. And I know Senator Boyce agree with me. So that bothers me. But I know that rhetoric always comes up. And at a time when the world is very much anti-immigrant, and that nationalist sentiment is being whipped up for nefarious political purposes, don't let me start that. And I want Barbadians to be careful when they start with this, because we got family all working in jobs overseas. Every one of us.
Family overseas.
So, with those words of caution to that narrative, I would like to complete my contribution by adverting to a statement that when I first read it, it struck with me. Excellence is not a single act. It is a habit. You are what you repeatedly do. We must be in the habit of making Barbadian institutions better. We must be in the habit of making Barbadian institutions functioning to improve the lives of our people or adding value to the lives of the people. So when we restructure state-owned enterprises, it is not that there is a question of adding another one, but it is ensuring that the ones that were established in the 1950s and 60s are still functioning to add value to the lives of the people today. And it's not that if we reduce one or merge some, when the functions that they were designed to execute in the early 1990s can now be handled by a larger entity or a different unit. And so the boy spoke about urban and rural. Rural was established first, because when you come from rural Barbados, you know that development in rural Barbados for many years was the maintenance of the Carrot Road so the trucks could carry the canes to the factories and no more. And we went through this in the 1990s. And then there was urban poverty in Barbados, and you created an Urban Development Commission. But all of a sudden you want to say now that these are too many, and if you're merging them, why are you bringing another one? If the quantitative number of state-owned enterprises was the basis upon which you can organize government, then we could as well apply for a segment on Sesame Street to help children how to count. It cannot be that. And that is the kind of debate that if you want to have the debate, we can have that debate. But it's not about how many state-owned enterprises will exist in the future. It is about how can they add value, how can they build on the capacity to generate the revenue to sustain and maintain the quality of life of Barbadians. So we welcome that debate. Madam President, I see you signal me to wind up.
I was signaling that you had 5 minutes left, but if you're offering to wind up, I thank you.
Ma'am, I will take advantage of the 5 minutes No, I was only kidding. But ma'am, I was actually winding up, and I would take the opportunity, ma'am, we will have this continuing discussion because I suspect that the good senator who tried to introduce it into the discussion will come back again. I know him well. Ma'am, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. Senator Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight.
Thank you, Madam President. I see all the signals on my left to indicate that I need to be able to keep my presentation very short, given that we do have another bill, and I will do so, Madam President. I only wanted to stand on my feet in support of the bill, but to also ensure that we understand that this particular bill lies within the larger government project for enhancing the doing business environment within Barbados. It lies, Madam President, within the steps that the government is currently taking to make sure that we upgrade the Easy Play platform, to increase the number of government entities that will be able to offer, Senator Nurse, the services online that you have called to. And that is an ongoing project. It lies, Mr. President, within the work that under the Ministry of Industry and Innovation is doing in the establishment of GovTech to make sure that we can enhance digitalization throughout government, Madam President. And that process, again, making sure that we can have the agile and flexible and on-demand government that Senator Nichols was talking about. Madam President, it has to be seen within the fact that right now, even within customs, there is an assessment of the capacity of the Customs Department to be able to deliver, providing opportunities for government then to also address deficiencies. It has to be seen, this particular bill, within the work that the government has committed to doing in terms of having a thorough analysis of the complete doing business environment, and also the work of the Cabinet Subcommittee on Doing Business, and as well as the private sector committee that is also established to keep informing government of challenges and problems, but also as well working with government on solutions. Madam President, it must also be seen within the work that the government is doing in relation to the restructuring of SOEs. I want to refer to a report from FISH, that's the rating agency, dated Wednesday, 17th April 2024, when it was commenting on government's efforts to reform SOEs. And it notes that the government reform program under its work program helped to reduce total net sector losses to Barbados 214.6 million from Barbados 259.1 million in 2021-2022. So that was in 2021-2022, Barbados 529.1 million in 2021-2022 to 214.6 million in 2023-2024. That report also as well noted that total subsidies and grants to public institutions and non-profit agencies fell to Barbados 657.3 million in 2022-2023, having peaked at Barbados 884.9 million, or 31.3% of current expenditures in 2018-2019. So I do that, Mr. President, I say all of that, Madam President, thank you very much, Madam President, to identify that we are not just pulling up this legislation within a vacuum, but that the government is seeking to create a complete environment for enhancing how we treat not only to external investors, but also as well to make sure that ordinary Barbadians can effectively access services. That commitment is stated in the missions of Barbados, in particular Mission 6, which emphasizes that we are committed to making sure that we have seamless access to services across Barbados that is also provided within a digital and enhanced digital environment. I also, Madam President, want to note that one of the things that the government did in January of this year was establish a call center so that citizens can say to government, these are the problems and challenges that we have in accessing services, in addressing our needs and our engagement with government institutions, as Senator Nichols has identified for us, and the need for those to transform. We did a pilot that ended in July of this year. And that pilot showed that over 5,000 Barbadians called that call center. Now you can call, you can email, you can WhatsApp. We had 5,000 calls to that call center, which allowed us to identify a list of key areas that government was falling behind on in our responsiveness to citizens' concerns. And we have that list that will then allow us to be able then to work with those government agencies to enhance their operations to the extent that we are seeking to make sure that we have consensus within the public service about the time frame for our responsiveness to citizens and others who seek services from government departments. That is commitment. Government departments as well have to submit service charters, Madam President. And those service charters, similar to what you would have in the private sector, allows for government departments to say to their customers, again, this is how we intend to treat to you when you come to us. And at those service charters will be reviewed, there will be grading, feedback given, and those government departments also as well have to show records in terms of how well they are doing in their responsiveness. Madam President, my final point, as I said, to show again the wider environment that this particular piece of legislation is intended to set. And I want to talk as well about the fiscal environment, because we heard today, Madam President, some discussion that would want to suggest, or let me say rather, could leave some people with the impression, again, that we have an economy that is in some level of trouble, Madam President. You know, there are some that are prone to creating unease and confusion for whatever reason. But Madam President, I want to, and I don't know where sometimes people are not always able to quote very directly where their information may be accessed from. So I want to be careful in my presentation. And I am reading, Madam President, from the recent IMF staff level agreement from November 6th. Today is November 8th, as recent as November 6th. The same IMF that we know in the paper gave Barbados a clean bill of health in relation to its macroeconomic stability, such that it agreed that Barbados could have access to US $19 million from the IMF extended fund facility and a further $38 million from the Resilience and Sustainability Fund. That does not sound to me like a country, does not sound to me, Madam President, like a country that is not doing well. The same country, Mr. President, as we heard, that Standard & Poor's recently moved from a grade of -B to B on October 16th. Fitch, again, an upgrade, 2 upgrades. Again, Madam President, does not sound like an economy that is in trouble, that is somehow The debt is increasing. But let's talk about the facts. I'm glad that you talk about the facts. I'm going to talk about the facts. I'm closing now, Leader of Government Business. But I think it's important for us to reiterate, least again, that we have those that are believing somehow the narrative. This staff level report from the International Monetary Fund says that between January and September 2024, the Barbadian economy grew by an estimated 3.9% year on, driven not only by dynamism in tourism, but within the construction sector as well, despite, Madam President, despite the impact of Hurricane Beryl. It also, as well, last too, because I think this is important because this was also referenced, the external position strengthened further with the current account deficit narrowing to 5% of GDP through September, down, listen, from 9.5% of GDP during the same period in 2023. All of the metrics, Madam President, are coming down. You will see again the same level, Madam President, of growth experience when we talk about the international reserves. Every single metric, Madam President, is pointing to a country that is doing well because, again, of consistent management. So one, Mr. President, we are creating an institutional frame to enhance doing business, but we're also making sure that we have an environment, not only for external investors, but for our local private sector as well, to be confident that they can invest in the economy because they have an economy that is thriving and that is growing, Madam President. Madam President, the very final thing as well, because we talk about that institutional framework and all of the other initiatives that the government is currently undertaking to reform, and like I said, mentioning what is happening in relation to even SOEs. Talked about the fact, again, that we are enhancing our customer service and our responsiveness and the fiscal environment. But we're also, Madam President, creating fiscal space as well. I hope it was not lost on any of us that just recently, the International Monetary Fund reduced its surcharges on loans, some 37%, creating more fiscal space for Barbados, $12.6 million. $12.6 million annually released, Mr. President. That money then that can be placed within small businesses to help them, Madam President, that can help other sectors grow, and that, Madam President, has resulted because of the advocacy that Barbados is doing in the context of Bridgestone 3.0. So again, not only are we addressing the internal dynamics, but we are also as well seeking to address the external dynamics that limit our ability to draw investment in and grow and expand the economy and enhance the doing business environment. With those few words, Madam President, I am obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Lisa Cummings.
Thank you very much to all of the honorable senators who have spoken. I think that, I'm sorry that Senator Walters has just had to leave, but he certainly made Senator Monroe-Knight clutch her invisible pearls throughout her presentation as she responded to the issues on the fiscal side. So I will leave those responses alone because I believe that between Senator Monroe-Knight and Senator Blackman, they have adequately responded to the questions relating to the fiscal side of the government. Now, I also want to express appreciation to Senator Patricia Paris for her intervention outlining the trust loan, the work in the trust loans fund. I want to point out, of course, that even during, in addition to her comments, during the World Cup, very recent World Cup, we saw this street right outside here, where we are now, closed off in Barbados' first ever Broad Street Mall. It was the combination of the trust loan clients and the fund access clients. And there were over 107 businesses. I came down here one Saturday to be able to support the businesses that were there. That is the work of the trust loan in public display. And so we want to be very clear that this is an active program. Now, I want to just quickly go through some of the additional elements raised by Senator Walters. Senator Walters, I think I made it very clear, the Constitution of Barbados establishes 2 posts for governance, only 2, Prime Minister, Attorney General. It does not establish a single minister, not minister of anything, but we have a cabinet, and the cabinet is derived upon appointment from the minister, and it is set out where these appointments are drawn from in the lower house and in the upper house. That is what is defined. Equally, in legislation, in response to the comments made by Senator Walters, there is no need to legislate every single post that is established in a government. But I do want to take the time to advise, without going into any detail, that a comprehensive task map has been prepared for Business Barbados. We know what the structure, the organizational structure, is supposed to be. We know that there are supposed to be a number of additional departments created, in addition to what KIPO used to do. Remember, I said, this is not KIPO rebranded. KIPO is being subsumed into a new entity, and it will therefore have an additional role to play. Many of the things that were raised then between Senator Walters and Senator Malalou do not find their way customarily in legislation. And I believe that Senator Nichols, in his presentation, spoke about the important role of legislative drafting vis-a-vis what we may think in a very narrow sense. And let's be honest with ourselves as well. Madam President, the way in which Barbados does business today is not necessarily the way in which it did business 10 years ago. Now, Senator Boyce, in his submission, I suspect that Senator Boyce, a lot of times, who likes to go towards the end, may need to arrive a little earlier, because each time he ends up repeating things or asking for things that are very clearly outlined when the leader of government business or when the minister who is speaking on the bill introduces those things. And so could you imagine if in legislation we had set a standard or a metric and put in a draft of legislation something relating to doing business indicators, when doing business indicators were discontinued since 2016, 2021 was the last one that was published, they no longer exist. The first edition of the successor to doing business is now Be Ready, and it was just issued. So you don't put prescriptive things like standard service level agreements or...
Just on a point of correction, I don't believe I made reference to putting it in, but you made reference. May I speak, please? I was speaking to, in response, Madam President, I did set out indications as to why persons may ask the need for us to be more competitive, and in seeking to set out where we were, I made reference to the Do It Business reports. In no way in my contribution did I indicate that such reports were to be incorporated into the legislation, as is being stated.
You know, I allowed you. You didn't wait for the chair to indicate whether you could speak. You got
My apologies.
You got up. And you went on. I'm not sure if that was a point of order, a point of elucidation, or no, but there's no such point. There's no such point. So really, you had no basis. I couldn't have been, because you would have to get the permission to elucidate.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I just want to perhaps make it very clear to the Honourable Senator who just rose quite unnecessarily to his feet that I was very clear in aggregating the comments made both by Senator Boyce and Senator Malalou. And I spoke about the need for things to be listed in legislation that don't belong in legislation. And I gave the illustration. Imagine if we had made reference to things relating to doing business, as mentioned by Senator Boyce, and put it in legislation, what that would mean now as we move forward. So I believe that the Honourable Senator did not need to rise to his feet if he had taken the opportunity to listen to what I was saying, or if he had been in the Honourable Chamber earlier today to have heard my initial presentation, but we allow him. Anyway, Mr. President, now we want to go on and make the point in response to the queries that were raised about things like Invest Barbados and Export Barbados. And Export Barbados is the entity that is responsible for outbound business. Invest Barbados, which sits under Senator Chad Blackman, is responsible for investment attraction, and Business Barbados sits in the middle. That is how it is constructed to be able to work. Execution is a real thing. And that is perhaps one of the important things that Senator Malou made reference to, and the frustration is a real thing. I, Madam President, did not stand here even for a second and attempt to say that there was anything other than unanimity in the business community around the challenges dealing with KIPO. I said it up front, I took it from in front. I made it clear that because we took it from in front, we understood the importance of including the members of the business support community and the members who represented the various partners, the Bar Association, who integrate into the system and what their challenges were. We have taken that from in front. We talked also, I talked certainly, Madam President, in the earlier part of my presentation as to the why of this particular entity. I spoke at length about the challenges of having civil servants moving from within the central government system and having to be transferred. And I think my specific reference was moving from MTW one day and coming into KIPO another day and not necessarily being able to deliver on what is necessary because of the exigencies of the public service and the need for a state-owned enterprise to therefore take those persons out of the system to be in a position to allow us to, one, attract, retain, and then properly remunerate the persons who are going to be specially skilled. We also went on to speak about the need for us to expand the capability, and I went through the increases over the number of years that we would be seeing increases in staffing. And then I also went on to the finances. I was very clear. I was very clear in my presentation, and I reiterate it for those who were not here. I made the point that KIPO in user fees on an annual basis generates approximately $7 million, and it is this amount that has been vested in the entity, and we brought on a financial modeler to be able to rationalize what the company was going to have to be able to earn in fees to be able to make the company stand on its own. Now, there are two companies in this country that I have had the opportunity to work with who are commercial state-owned enterprises, the Bridgetown Port and the Grantley Adams International Airport. Neither of them receive monies typically from central government, and so they stand on their own. They have the private auditors and all of those things. In the case of this entity, however, where you have certainly a transfer of resources from central government, you want to make certain that the Auditor General has a role to play. That is a fundamental difference, and I believe Senator Nichols spoke to it well in his presentation. But there's another component here that is important. The work of this particular entity, and unlike the legislation that was quoted before, I believe it was by Senator Malou on the Export Barbados and Invest Barbados and one other, those were all institutions created before the establishment in 2019 of the Public Finance Management Act. The Public Finance Management Act requires now entities that are categorized in Schedule 2 and Schedule 3 as state-owned enterprises and commercial state-owned enterprises. It establishes a responsibility to submit annual reports. It is prescriptive about what is required in those annual reports. It requires you in some instances to hold town hall meetings. It requires you to be reporting on a 6-month basis and then on an annual basis. It requires you to submit strategic plans and business plans, and those things have to be matched by audited financial statements. It is for those reasons that the way this bill is structured is inevitably going to be fundamentally different than institutions that came prior to the introduction of the Public Finance Management Act. And I think it is incumbent on all of us as legislators to make certain that we draw the connections and the correlations between the pieces of legislation that we pass here in this House. But I want to give the assurance to the Chamber and to the members of the public that service level agreements are a commitment by this entity. Performance indicators by staff are an important part of the process, and the commitment is to ensure, and I think I talked about it, not being old wine and new skins and lipstick on a pig, but in fact, an entirely new, well-structured, customer-focused approach, and to go from there. I want to express appreciation to Senator John King on the IP component of his presentation, which is important. We have put that work in, and so we're looking forward very much to being able to see the evolution of the IP agenda. One of the things that we looked at when we discussed the IP agenda, Madam President, was in the case of Jamaica, in the case of Trinidad, in their corporate registry, they separated those two agencies out as well. And then we started to rationalize, okay, so what was the innovation agenda that drove the creation of this entity and the generation of revenue in those two jurisdictions? The creative industries, if Senator King is listening, the creative industries in Jamaica was what drove their development and the IP agency there. The innovative sector driven by engineering in Trinidad, that helped to drive their sector in Trinidad. And so Barbados now has to define, along with its industrial partners, what is going to be the driving factor behind an IP agency and the innovation agenda here in Barbados. But we have given the structure in the Intellectual Property Agency under Business Barbados to be able to so do. And so, Madam President, I want to, again, just thank the colleagues who have spoken. I want to make certain that I give the commitment that if there is any additional information that members desire or any members of the public require, we are here to serve and to respond to anything that comes up. And we are committed, of course, to ensuring that that which we have promised is that which we deliver. And with these few words, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time. Madam President, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for Madam President.
Okay. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and the Honourable Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Senate is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, may we take the bill in parts? Part 1, clauses 1 through 4.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 1, clauses 1 through 4 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 to 4 do now stand part. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 5 through 20.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 2, clauses 5 through 20 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 5 to 20 do now stand part. All those honourable members, senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 21 to 28.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 3, clauses 21 through 28 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 21 through to 28 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 29 to 43.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 29 to 43 do now stand part.
Question is that Part 4, clauses 29 to 43 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The first schedule.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill. Because will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The second schedule.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The third schedule.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill.
Question is that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The fourth schedule.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill.
Question is that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The fifth schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the fifth schedule be now the fifth schedule to the bill.
The question is that the fifth schedule be now the fifth schedule to the bill. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do now report to her honour, the President, the passage of one bill in committee.
The question is that I now report to her honour, the acting president, the passing of one bill in committee. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Madam Chair, I beg to move, Madam President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Business Barbados Act 2024.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Business Barbados Act 2024. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Madam Deputy President, order number 8, standing in the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the merchant ship. I beg your pardon, ma'am. Order number 6. Order number 6, in the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the merchant shipping bill 2024.
Madam President, I beg your permission to treat to orders number 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 as a cognate debate.
Permission granted.
Madam President, these bills now take us into a different kind of conversation. We earlier spent today speaking about business facilitation. This afternoon, we now translate into a number of issues relating to trade facilitation. And certainly under these bills in particular, and I want to go through what they are item by item. The first one, and they are quite lengthy, they were dealt with in the other place several weeks ago, and so I hope that everyone has had an opportunity to go through these bills. But the first one is the merchant shipping bill. In this piece of legislation, you will see, Madam President, the references to a number of the related pieces of legislation constituting what we call a suite of shipping bills. And then at number 7, order number 7, we have liability and compensation bill, which speaks in particular to issues relating to cargo. Then at order number 8, we have the liner conferences bill, part of the suite. This particular piece of legislation deals with the ability of various shipping companies and shipping lines to amalgamate into a conference, as they call it. We may call it a business venture, a joint venture, a collaboration. When you read the bill, it perhaps gives the impression of, if you were traveling on an airline, you have the Star Alliance, the One World Alliance, and they're all collaborators, but within the framing of a given airline group of companies, you are able to move from different points, point A to point B, on different carriers, but all forming a part of the same alliance. The liner conference, as it relates to merchant shipping, applies the same principle, but in this instance, to shipping lines. The next one that comes up, Madam President, is the multimodal transport bill. It looks, Madam President, at the different types of shipping lines that are used for the purpose of transportation of cargo. It is a cargo-specific bill, and it speaks really about the movement of goods from one port to another, the kinds of provisions that need to be made available to shippers to be able to make sure that goods get from one port to another, and that the consignees, the final party intended to receive this cargo, that there are protections. The liability and compensation bill is relevant to that. It covers the provision of the coverage for the cargo. And I will treat to the maritime marriage bill a little bit differently, and I'll get that one out of the way perhaps earliest. Now, On the cruise side of Barbados, in the cruise industry, many people here have taken cruises before. You're familiar with what it is to go from one place to another, but you're also probably very familiar at the same time, Madam President, with the number of people who have chosen to get married on a cruise ship. How many times have we gone down to the Bridgetown port to attend the wedding of a loved one? They're on the ship is in port, it hasn't sailed, it hasn't left Barbados' waters. You get back off of the ship, you come along back about your business, leave the port, and the ship sets sails, usually with them on board, going off on a honeymoon. This particular piece of legislation, the Maritime Marriage Bill specifically now, in this instance, speaks to, in this case, the ability of that ship to set sail outside of Barbados' waters, to have the captain and the deputy as well, the senior officers on the vessel, to apply for and be granted the ability to do what Senator Rogers does when he performs the marriage ceremonies. I don't forget that qualification, when he performs the marriage ceremonies of persons at sea. It accounts for those persons being even able on the high seas, within no particular jurisdiction of any coastal state. Once the ship is Barbados registered, it allows for them to be married under Barbados' laws. That is what the marriage legislation speaks to within the context of this maritime suite of this maritime shipping marriage bill legislation. It also allows, Madam President, for something that's perhaps a little bit more interesting and not as well known. In some instances, you have people who are not just starting their lives, they're not just embarking on a cruise and beginning a journey together in blissful matrimony going forward, but you also have a number of people who choose to take cruises at the end of life, and who have chosen to go sailing, to be able to have one last outing, and they may go with their loved one, and they want to make a decision while at sea to get married before they pass. And under those circumstances as well, the marriage bill, where the ship is registered to Barbados, it allows that marriage ceremony to take place. And so those are the principal elements that I wanted to draw attention to on the Maritime Marriage Convention specifically. So it allows a couple of things. One, it draws attention to the regulatory framework for one, the conduct and formalities of marriages on board Barbados registered ships, irrespective of where those ships are operating. I just spoke about whether they are in the high seas outside of Barbados' waters. The licensing of ship captains to function as marriage officers and marry those persons on board those ships. The recognition of those marriages on ships as having taken place right here in Barbados on terra firma, and also to be able to have a regulatory framework to support recognizing legally the marriage in a maritime context, and then finally to ensure that the ship's captain is legally authorized to perform this marriage. So I want to also make the point that for both Senators Rogers and Morris, that the Maritime Marriage Bill is entirely consistent with the existing Marriage Act, Cap 218A, where you create the parameters, the identical parameters that exist within that legislation apply in the Maritime Marriage Bill as well. And so in the same way it regulates marriage on land, it applies the same principles to marriage at sea. So this is what the Maritime Marriage Bill establishes. But the broader point that I want to raise, which is perhaps important within the context of the two other pieces of legislation within this suite, the Liner Conference's Maritime Bill, that one in particular, as well as the Multimodal Transport Bill. Madam President, Barbados has a ship's registry. The ship's registry for Barbados has long been established in our London High Commission. It's been based there. The team that runs, manages, attracts ships to register their operations in Barbados. Interestingly, it forms a part of our international global business apparatus. It is very similar to our business environment, but in this instance, it is the maritime business, and it is hubbed out of our London office. And there, the ships registry, you sometimes will see ships that sail into Barbados, whether it's a cruise ship or it's a cargo ship, and these vessels are bearing the flag of many states. Bahamas is a huge ship registry for a lot of vessels as well. And Barbados has set the ambition, certainly from the days where I was chairman of the Bridgetown Port and the minister at the time with responsibility for maritime affairs, the Honorable Kirk Humphrey was the minister with responsibility for maritime matters. From as far back as then, we'd undertaken to go after expanding the capability in Barbados for our ships registry and to encourage more ships, just like we're doing with businesses, to domicile their operations within Barbados' ships registry. So the Maritime Marriage Bill, for example, creates an environment where Barbados registered ships now have the opportunity to create marriages, to perform marriages. The multimodal transportation legislation allows for multiple different types of vessels to be able to move cargo and puts a legislative framework in place. The liner conferences creates in the way that I just described. The airline networks, Star Alliance, One World, all of them, to create alliances where you can move on ships from one place to the other while move cargo on ships in particular, while working within a band of entities. So this is really an opportunity that is being created, but more broadly, it is the continuation of the build-out of the maritime sector in this country. When we came to office in 2018, we at the time started to engage in a very meaningful way with the International Maritime Organization. We spent a lot of time looking at where Barbados fell down. This suite of legislation, we passed legislation over the last couple of weeks as well, all on maritime, but we continue to have a series of maritime bills coming up the pipeline. Why? Because Barbados was found in 2018 and then in 2019 we were working on it to be non-compliant with many of the standards of the International Maritime Organization, starting with the Honorable Kirk Humphrey, then as Minister of Maritime Affairs, and myself as the Chairman of the Port, and since then now moving on to the Honorable Ian Gooding-Edgell as the Minister of International Transport, with me sitting in between there, also as Minister of International Transport. We have consistently sought to build out the maritime sector in this country. We have consistently sought to ensure that Barbados is in a position to meet the multilateral requirements of the International Maritime Organization. We have consistently sought to make sure that whereas Barbados failed the IMO audit in 2018, that when that audit was conducted this year, in 2024, Barbados would have done the work to ensure that we don't pass, because that's not what Barbados does, we don't not pass metrics. We set standards, we meet them, if not anything, we exceed them. Barbados did not intend to be in a position through any of our hands, because government has been a continuum, where we did not pass an IMO audit. And I want to recognize the work that has been done by the Director of Maritime Affairs, the entire shipping department within the Ministry with responsibility for international transport, the Bridgetown Port, as well as the Port State Control partners within the ministry, and the shipping industry more broadly as well, local shipping industry, for being so supportive and making sure that Barbados is now in a position today to pass the latest. These are 5 pieces of legislation that we are passing or proposing, we're introducing into this chamber here this evening. And now we expect that there will perhaps be even further additional legislation that will come from this entity, from the Maritime Division of International Transport, to be in a position to further develop the capacity of our maritime sector. Now, we've seen, certainly from the Bridgetown Port, the capacity for Barbados to expand our cargo ability. We talk a lot of times about cruise ships. We talk a lot of time about the cruise industry overall. But I want to spend just a few moments talking about the importance of the cargo sector in Barbados, and more importantly, cargo trade. 90% of global trade is conducted by cargo, is conducted by maritime trade. 90% of the goods imported into this country are imported by sea. And so the importance of the Bridgetown Port and the importance of maritime shipping legislation and mechanisms that allow that to be operationalized are absolutely critical to our utilization of goods coming into the country and our access to goods coming into the country. I want to take the opportunity to say this. One of the challenges that has bedeviled the private sector has been facilitating trade with all that cargo that comes across the border. The Trade Facilitation Task Force sits under my ministry, under the Ministry with Responsibility for Business, and we have taken the responsibility for looking at the entire ecosystem. I want to share that we have brought on a full-time consultant to assess the various elements that are presenting challenges in the trade facilitation ecosystem. And what do I mean when I say that? The Bridgetown Port has introduced the Maritime Single Window. The Maritime Single Window has been operationalized in a from a technological perspective, but it still remains to be operationalized on the ground. And it still needs to have the Easy Pay integration completed for payments. The electronic single window, which sits under my ministry as well, is in an advanced stage of development. The port community system, which was introduced by the Bridgetown Port when I was the chairman at the time of the Bridgetown Port, that is in an advanced state of development. And under the Customs and Excise Department, Asikuda World is in now for the next phase of its rollout in 2025. We did that in 2019. But if we were to take all together Asikuda World, the port community system, the maritime single window, the electronic single window, and pull this all together, there are all these diverse strands that do not have a legislative framework. They don't have an operational framework. And so it has been the commitment of this government for the first time, just as we're doing with Business Barbados, to house everything in one way to ensure that now we are in a position to create policy coherence first, and then legislative coherence beneath it as a result of the policy, where there is clarity about what begins where, what ends where, and to have it fully integrated into the apparatus of public policy. The expectation is that during the course of the coming year, 2025, we are in a position to be able to roll out a new trade facilitation strategy, a new trade facilitation operational approach, and then be in a position to resolve the challenges that are facing the private sector and the business community. I want to take the opportunity as I close on these bills, and having brought them over in a very generic context, I want to go over them in a little bit more detail for the benefit of the Honorable the Chamber. But the liner conferences bill, is one of the 5 bills, as I mentioned earlier, and it specifically gives effect to the UN Convention on the Code of Conduct for liner conferences. It provides the operating framework for the development of seaborne trade, I've spoken about that, and commerce through the formation of liner or shipping conferences, which, as I've outlined before, are really alliances among one entity or the other, several entities or group of entities. And so the expectation is that our trade apparatus, our trade infrastructure, as it stands now, the Asikuda World System is being executed by the Customs Department. The ESW, Electronic Single Window, is being executed by the Department of Commerce. The PS, PCS, and the MSW being executed by the Bridgetown Port. You have regulatory authority vested in the Customs Department, regulatory authority vested in the Ministry of Health through Port Health, regulatory authority vested in veterinary services, all of whom operate under different pieces of legislation. This legislation before us now attempts to address on the merchant shipping side a lot of that and create some coherence, and the expectation is that you will see some policy coherence evolving in how these various pieces of legislation interact with each other, all with a view to creating a maritime sector in Barbados, a merchant shipping sector in Barbados, and creating, as I started out by mentioning, that environment on cruise vessels where they are registered in Barbados, an incentive to register those ships in Barbados in order to ensure that people can say, I went to Barbados and I got married on a Barbados registered ship. My marriage certificate is issued by Barbados, and that these things correspond because they must also then be registered with the Barbados Registration Department once the marriage ceremony has been completed. But it is a new space, a new sphere that Barbados is now moving into, and I want to commend these bills to this honourable chamber, and I beg to move that these bills now be read a second time.
Speakers, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'll be very brief in my comments on these bills. First of all, I wish to commend the government on the initiative in trying to expand what we offer as a country in terms of our maritime offerings. But there's just one area I want to highlight in the larger bill, and that would be under Section 7, which deals with the merchant bill, the main merchant bill, which deals with registering vessels registered under the flag. It would not have been an issue for me 4 days ago, but I believe that within the current context of what, based on my own fears, based on my areas of study, within the current context and what I perceive can happen in the international world in maybe a few years' time, we have to be extremely guarded with our brand and where our flag goes and who controls the use of our flag. I'm speaking within the context of the recent developments up north, and one of the things that I perceive can happen based on trends that I would have been following over the last few years. You see, there's a little known theory in political psychology that was developed around the year 1992 by two Israeli political psychologists called siege mentality. Siege mentality. And they developed it based on what they perceived was happening in their native country, Israel, at the time. And it has certain traits that they identified. First of all, they said within such a society, one of the things that you'll recognize first is othering. And that is, you're seeking to create a homogeneous society in which the core group has shared experiences. And therefore, you have to alienate those who do not form a part of that shared group with the shared experiences. But because it is not an organic, a natural thing for human beings, you then have to create laws for conformity, that people must conform to certain things to stay in this group, because the whole idea is to create a collective identity, a collective group of people who can be easily mobilized. Coming out of that, you therefore cannot have any dissenting voices, and therefore you must silence your dissidents. You must discredit any source of information that doesn't come from the center, which means discrediting the media as well. In addition to that, you then have to make sure that in order for this movement to survive, that the younger generations are indoctrinated in the core beliefs of the movement. And therefore, you have to, again, dispel any external knowledge, which means banning books and banning certain ideologies, to create the type of movement that you want to have. I perceive that such a movement has just gained great power in the world. And after that power is consolidated internally, one of the next things that happens is the movement becomes chauvinistic and believe that it is not answerable to anybody or anything. I mean, that's already there. But what it leads to is expansionism, the belief that we can control anyone on the outside of this territory. I've highlighted all of this to say that when the consolidation takes place within maybe a few years' time, the expansionism will then follow. And therefore, any external, what happened on the inside will now extend to the outside, where anything that does not conform to what this group believes or how this group sees itself will be punished by the group. And that's what I fear about the Barbadian flag being out there flown by God knows who. And so I know that it is an initiative in which we can bring in some good foreign exchange and everything. And as the minister said in the other place, our flag will fly with confidence and not convenience. That was 4 days ago. That would have been all right 4 days ago. But I'm very, very concerned now about what can possibly happen. And we know only too well in this region that, yes, we may think that we are far away from the action, but the CNS Cornwallis was torpedoed in Carlisle Bay on September 11th, coincidentally, in 1942. And so we have to be very careful about our brand. I know it's not something we may want to think about now, but it is something that I believe can be a clear and present issue for us going forward. And so that's all I wanted to highlight in this particular bill, to tell us just keep our eyes and ears open and pay close attention to what is happening on the geopolitical stage, because it can truly affect us. If the wrong person is flying our flag, or even the right person just happens to be in the wrong place at the right time, it can affect us. And so I just want us to be wary of that. And with those few words, I thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Rogers. Microphone, please. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you also to the Honourable Senator John Rogers, who spoke. And I just want to give the assurance that Barbados has, like most countries, very stringent rules that are meant to be applied for a vessel to be registered under our flag. You typically would have different requirements that first need to be met, due diligence that would need to be performed, investigations and submission of documentation, including the past activities and vessels and journeys of the vessel and so on. And so in order for a Barbados flag to be flown in the first instance, as you've alluded to, Barbados would have had to have had their requirements met in the first instance. But yes, you also raise an important component of that, which is how does that vessel continue to find itself not in the wrong place or at the wrong time while still bearing that flag? And that is one of the matters of oversight that also would fall under the ship's registry, but as part of the overall oversight under the multilateral entities such as the International Maritime Organization, where there are both preventative measures, enforcement mechanisms, and sanctions that can also be applied under the wrong circumstances. And so thank you for the comments. And Madam President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill, order number 6 in particular.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of order number 6 and other orders as indicated at the start. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Senate is now in committee.
Part 1, clauses 1 to 22.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that part 1, clauses 1 through 22 do now stand part.
The question is that part 1, clauses 1 to 22 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 23 to 40.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that part 2, clauses 23 to 40 do now stand part.
The question is that part 2, clauses 23 to 40 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 41 to 72.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to make an amendment to clause 57 of the bill within part 3, clauses 41 through 72. On page 152 of the bill, clause 57 says BPI, meaning the Barbados Port Inc., where it should really be changed to the central bank. The correct reference is for the central bank. So this is in clause 57 of the bill. It replaces the term BPI, Barbados Port Inc., with the words central bank. And this will result in consequential changes where applicable, where all financial matters are referenced.
So there's a proposed amendment to clause 57 of the bill, on pages 152. BPI should be central bank. Will all those honorable senators in favor of the proposed amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to make a further amendment at clause 64 on page 5158, where there is an error, just a typographical error. It should be shall maintain and not shall main. Tain is missing from main. So for clarity, clause 64.1 at page 158 is being amended to read shall maintain, where it currently reads shall main. 64.1.
Well, another proposed amendment under clause 64 on page 158 should read shall maintain and not shall main. Will all those honorable senators in favor of the proposed amendment please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
So, Mr. Chair, with those amendments, I beg to move that Part 3, clauses 41 through 72, stand part as amended.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 41 to 72, as amended, do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 73 to 81.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 73 to 81 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 73 to 81 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 82 to 85.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 5, clauses 82 to 85 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 5, clauses 82 to 85 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 86 to 91.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 6, clauses 86 to 91 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 6, clauses 86 to 91 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 92 to 171.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 7, clauses 92 to 171 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 7, clauses 92 to 171 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye?
Mr. Chair, if I may, at this point, in terms of 49, the function of the Committee of Bills, just discussing a detail of this bill, page 141, section 67. In doing a review, sir, I was just trying to understand, and it wasn't mentioned. This is page 1, section 141, I think, of this. May I sit here? Just let me find it. 141 is the section. The exemption of no registration of fishing vessels. So I understand the statement here, and this is just a detail I'm querying under, just so we don't have any issues, Standing Order 49. I'm not discussing the principle. I was trying to understand in terms of the reference here that there's no fishing vessel which is to be registered in this bill, but in the other suite of bills that we're discussing, there's a requirement for fishing vessels for insurance purposes. And I was just wondering if they could clarify, maybe that's in maritime fishing or domestic versus, I just wanted that to be clarified from my understanding.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The qualification for that really is that the size of vessels to which this legislation relates speaks to vessels that are larger than those that fall within the same category that you're referring to as sufficient vessels, and so therefore they are not covered under this particular piece of legislation.
So in terms of this one that we're doing, no registration, the big boy, sorry, it says there's no registration under this act, and there are other acts which will govern it. I'm with you with that one. So then now I see when we deal with the insurance legislation, the related. So I just wanted to raise it here as a detail that you could, when we get there, I'll have to think, but it's the one. Let me, if I can say, Mr. Chair. So the issue is this. So we have here, and I remember we discussed this at the last time, the issue of fishing vessels and insurance, the whole concept of whether it was compulsory. Correct, size is correct. So when we go now to the related bill, the related bills, it is the one, and I'm doing it now under 49, merchant shipping liability and compensation. So there, when we look at that in terms of fishing, '69 says, the limits of liability specified in this part apply only to fishing vessels who have complied with the compulsory insurance requirements stipulated in the regulations. That's it. Okay. So that's the one that we debated already previously. Okay. So the limits of liability specialized in this part shall apply only to fishing owners. And then the other tonnage issue at 67 is to deal with fishing vessels. I'm with you, which are with a gross tonnage of 150 GT or below, which is not a fishing boat. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It goes some way to do it, because I was listening very attentively to the presentation of the Leader of Government Business, but thank you very much.
Question is that part 7, clauses 92 to 171 do now stand par. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 8, Part 8, clauses 172 to 188.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 8, clauses 172 to 188 do now stand par.
The question is that Part 8, clauses 172 to 188 do now stand par. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 9, clauses 189 to 194.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 9, clauses 189 to 194 do now stand par.
The question is that Part 9, clauses 189 to 194 do now stand par. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 10, clauses 195 to 216.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 10, clauses 195 to 216 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 10, clauses 195 to 216 do now stand par. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 11, clauses 217 to 226.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 11, clauses 217 to 226 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 11, clauses 217 to 226 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 12, clauses 227 to 243.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 12, clauses 227 to 243 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 12, clauses 227 to 243 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 13, clauses 244 to 264.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 13, clauses 244 to 264 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 13, clauses 244 to 264 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 14, clauses 265 to 294.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 14, clauses 265 to 294 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 14, clauses 265 to 294 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 15, clauses 295 to 296. Clauses 295 to 296. Part 15.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 15, clauses 295 to 296 do now stand part.
Part 16, clauses 297 to 314.
Hold on.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 16 from clauses 297 to 314 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 15, clauses 297 to 314 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 17, sir. It's clauses 315 to 341.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 17, clauses 315 to 341 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 17, clauses 315 to 341 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 18, clauses 342 to 348.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 18, clauses 342 to 348 stand part.
The question is that Part 18, clauses 342 to 348 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 19, clauses 349 to 351.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Clause 19, clauses 349 to 351 stand part.
Question is that Part 19, clauses 349 to 351 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 20, clauses 352 to 377.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 20, clauses 352 through 377 stand part.
The question is that Part 20, clauses 352 to 377 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 21, clauses 378, 412.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 21, clauses 378 through 412 do now stand part.
Question is that Part 21, clauses 378 to 412 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 22, clauses 413 to 441.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 22, clauses 413 to 441 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 22, clauses 413 to 441 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 23, clauses 442 to 451.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 23, clauses 442 to 451 stand part.
The question is that Part 23, clauses 442 to 451 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 24, clauses 452 to 459.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 4 do now stand part, inclusive of clauses 452 through 459.
The question is that Part 24, clauses 452 to 459 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 25, again at clauses 460 and concluding at clause 644.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 25, inclusive of clauses 460 through 644, do now stand part.
The question is that Part 25, inclusive of clauses 460 to 644, do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 26, clauses 645 to 649.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 26, clauses 645 to 649 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 26, clauses 645 to 649 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 27, sir, clauses 650 to 947.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 27, clauses 650 through 947 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 27, clauses 650 through to 947 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 28, sir, clauses 948 to 1020.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 28, clauses 948 to 1020 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 28, clauses 948 to 1020 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 29, clauses 1021 to 1033.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 29, clauses 1021 to 1033 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 29, clauses 1021 to 1033 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 30, clauses 1034 to 1052.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 30, clauses 1034 to 1052 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 30, clauses 1034 to 1052 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 31, clauses 1053 to 1070.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 31, clauses 1053 to 1070 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 31, clauses 1053 to 1070 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 32, clauses 1071 to 1078.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 32, clauses 1071 to 1078 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 32, clauses 1071 to 1078 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 33, clauses 1079 to 1204.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 33, clauses 1079 to 1204 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 33, clauses 1079 to 1204 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 34, clauses 1205 to 1488.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 34, clauses 1205 to 1488 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 34, clauses 1205 to 1488 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Parts 1 to 7, schedules 1 to 7.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that schedules 1 to 7 be the schedules 1 to 7 to the bill.
The question is that schedules 1 to 7 be schedules 1 to 7 to the bill. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The 8th to 14th schedules.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that schedules 8 to 14 be the 8th to 14th schedules to the bill.
The question is that schedules 8 to 14 be schedules 8 to 14 to the bill. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Your Honour do now report to Her Honour, Madam President, the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to Her Honour, the Acting President, the passing of one bill in committee. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of cognate bills in committee.
Madam President, I beg to move this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill do now be read a third time. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Merchant Shipping Act 2024.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Merchant Shipping Act 2024. All honourable senators in favour please say aye. Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
In the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Merchant Shipping Liability and Compensation Bill 2024.
Madam President, I beg to move that Your Honour do now lead the chair. Madam President, I beg to move this bill not be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. And those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that Your Honour do now lead the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further deliberation of this bill.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and the Honourable Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Senate is now in committee.
It's not a long bill, but in parts. Clauses 1 through 7, sir.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 1, Clauses 1 through 7 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 1, Clauses 1 to 7 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye?
Aye.
Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 8 to 26.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 2, Clauses 8 through 26 do now stand part.
The question is that Parts 2, Clauses 8 to 26 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 27 to 29.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 3, Clauses 27 through 29 stand part.
The question is that Part 3, Clauses 27 to 29 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 30 to 33.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 4, Clauses 30 to 33 stand part.
The question is that Parts 4, Clauses 30 to 33 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 34 to 35, to 54, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 5, Clauses 34 through 54 stand part.
The question is that Part 5, Clauses 34 to 54 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 55 to 63.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 6, Clauses 55 through 63 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 6, Clauses 55 through to 63 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 64 to 76.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 7, Clauses 64 through 76 stand part.
The question is that Part 7, Clauses 64 to 76 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 8, clauses 77 to 86.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 8, Clauses 77 to 86 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 8, Clauses 77 to 86 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 9, clauses 87 to 95.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 9, Clauses 87 through 95 stand part.
The question is that Part 9, Clauses 87 to 95 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 10, clauses 96 to 105.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 10, Clauses 96 to 105 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 10, Clauses 96 to 105 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 11, clauses 106 to 112.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 11, clauses 106 to 112 stand part.
The question is that Part 11, clauses 106 to 112 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 12, clauses 113 to 115.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 12, clauses 113 to 115 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 12, clauses 113 to 115 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 13, clauses 116 to 118.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 13, clauses 116 through 118 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 13, clauses 116 to 118 do now stand part. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The schedule.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to Her Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do not report to Her Honor the acting president the passing of one bill in committee. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Merchant Shipping Liability and Compensation Act 2024.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Merchant Shipping Liability and Compensation Act 2024. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 8, Madam Deputy President. Name the Honourable Leader of the Senate to move the second reading of the Merchant Shipping Line of Conference Bill 2024.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill not be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that Your Honor do not leave the chair and the Senate resolves itself into committee for further deliberation of this bill.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Senate is in committee.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 9.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 1, clauses 1 through 9 stand part.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 to 9 do so now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 10 to 12.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 2, inclusive of clauses 10 through 12, do now stand part.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 10 to 12 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 13 to 14.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 3, clauses 13 and 14 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 13 to 14 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 15 and 16.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 15 and 16 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 15 and 16 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 17 and 18.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 5, clauses 17 and 18 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 5, clauses 17 and 18 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clause 19.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 6, clause 19 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 6, clause 19 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 20 and 21.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 7, clauses 20 and 21 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 7, clauses 20 and 21 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 8, clauses 22 to 24.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 8, clauses 22 to 24 do now stand part.
Question is that Part 8, clauses 22 to 24 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 9, clause 25.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 9, clause 25 stand part.
Question is that Part 9, clause 25 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 10, clauses 26 to 30.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 10, clauses 26 through 30 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 10, clauses 26 through 30 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 11, clauses 31 to 41.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 11, clauses 31 through 41 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 11, clauses 31 through 41 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Your Honour do not report to Her Honour, the Acting President, the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do not report to Her Honour, the Acting President, the passing of one bill in committee. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Merchant Shipping Liner Conferences Act 2024.
It is. The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Merchant Shipping Liners Act 2020, Liners Conferences Act 2024. All honourable senators in favour please say aye. Aye. And those against please say no. The ayes have it.
Number 9, naming the Honourable Leader of the Senate to move the second reading of the Merchant Shipping Multimodal Transport Bill 2024.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that Your Honour again do not leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Senators in committee.
Part 1, clauses 1 to 13.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 1, clauses 1 through 13 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 to 13 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 14 through 17.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 2, clauses 14 to 17 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 14 to 17 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 18 to 20.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 3, clauses 18 through 20 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 18 to 20 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 21 to 26.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 21 through 26 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 21 to 26 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 27 to 33.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 5, clauses 27 through 33 do now stand part.
Question is that Part 5, clauses 27 to 33 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 34 to 36.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 6, clauses 34 to 36 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 6, clauses 34 to 36 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 37 to 44.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 7, clauses 37 through 44 do now stand part.
Question is that Part 7, clauses 37 through 44 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 8, clauses 45 to 52.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 8, clauses 45 through 52 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 8, clauses 45 to 52 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 9, clauses 53 to 59.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 9, clauses 53 to 59 stand part.
The question is that Part 9, clauses 53 to 59 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 10, clauses 60 to 66.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 10, clauses 60 through 66 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 10, clauses 60 to 66 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 11, clauses 67 and 68.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 11, clauses 67 and 68 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 11, clauses 67 and 68 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 12, clauses 69 to 71.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 12, clauses 69 to 71 stand part.
The question is that Part 12, clauses 69 to 71 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 13, clauses 72 to 75.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 13, Clauses 72 to 75 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 13, Clauses 72 to 75 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 14, clauses 76 to 83.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 14, Clauses 76 to 83 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 14, Clauses 76 to 83 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 15, clauses 84 to 86.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 15, Clauses 84 to 86 stand part.
The question is that Part 14, Clauses 84 to 86 do stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 16, clauses 87 to 89.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 16, Clauses 87 to 89 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 16, Clauses 87 to 89 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 17, clauses 90 to 93.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 17, Clauses 90 to 93 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 17, Clauses 90 to 93 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 18, clauses 94 to 134.
134?
134.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 18, Clauses 94 to 134 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 18, Clauses 94 to 134 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 19, clauses 135 to 143.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 19, Clauses 135 to 143 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 19, Clauses 135 to 143 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 20, clauses 144 to 149.
Mr. Chair, and finally, I beg to move that Part 20, Clauses 144 to 149 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 20, Clauses 144 to 149 do stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to Her Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to Her Honour the Acting President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? And those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Merchant Shipping Multimodal Transport Act of 2024.
The question is that this act do now pass, and this bill do now pass, and be cited as the Merchant Shipping Multimodal Transport Act 2024. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Order number 10, in the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Merchant Shipping Maritime Marriage Bill 2024.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. And those against, would you kindly say no? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and the Senate resolves itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you kindly say no? The ayes have it.
Senate is in committee.
Part 1, clauses 1 to 3.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 1, clauses 1 through 3 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 to 3 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 4 to 18.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 2, clauses 4 to 18 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 4 to 18 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 19 to 32.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 3, clauses 19 to 32 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 19 to 32 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 33 to 40.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 33 through 40 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 33 to 40 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clause 41.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 5, clause 41 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 5, clause 41 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 42 to 54.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 6, clauses 42 to 54 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 6, clauses 42 to 54 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye?
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to Her Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to Her Honour the Acting President the passing of one bill in committee. All those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Last one. This is the last one.
The last one.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. All honourable senators against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill now pass and be cited as the Merchant Shipping Maritime Marriage Act 2024.
And this is my last tongue twister for the day. The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Merchant Shipping Maritime Marriage Act 2024. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. All honourable senators against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam President, that brings...
Honourable senators may wish to note that I will pass the usual message to the Honourable the House with respect to Order number 6 and the amendments related thereto.
Madam President, this brings us to the end of government business for the day. I wish to express appreciation to all the honourable senators. I know it has been a full and a heavy day for your commitment and being here throughout the day, and I beg to move that the Senate be adjourned sine die.
The question is that the Senate be now adjourned sine die. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it. The Senate is now adjourned.